we would love to have you out at JR Sports Bar and Grill. So come out when you can and bring that very special somebody out for a fantastic meal here at JR Sports Bar and Grill. We already have a caller holding, and so we're going to go straight to the caller. As always, the callers come first. Let's go ahead and get that call. You're on the air.
How you doing? This is Stephen Smith with Touchdown Alabama Magazine. Happy Valentine's Day to you.
How are you today?
Doing just fine, and yourself?
Just doing fantastic. Couldn't be a prettier day, and I know we've got a wintry mix coming up, but today is absolutely gorgeous. Couldn't be any better for a Valentine's Day. What's on your mind today?
Well, the first thing on my mind is when you talk about Alabama basketball on today, the Crimson Tide takes on the Vanderbilt Commodores tonight at 7 p.m. inside of Coleman Coliseum. There's a slim chance that the Crimson Tide can make a shot at the tournament if it wins out the next 6 games and most likely gets far into the SEC tournament. Hopefully Ricky Tarrant will be able to suit up tonight to take on the Commodores. But for Alabama, there are times where the offense is fluent, and then there are times where it gets just disappointingly stagnant. Anthony Grant has always been a defensive-minded guy, but in the last 6 games coming down the stretch offensively, what does Alabama need to do to not just be more consistent, but also not be afraid to take those clutch knockdown shots? Because there are times during the season where Alabama has had great looks, but just have been passive in taking the shots.
Yeah, first of all, Stephen, I want to congratulate you and acknowledge you and tell people to go out and follow you on Twitter. The Touchdown Alabama, you do a fantastic job there. I certainly follow you. You always have great updates. I want to be sure and get that out there first. People should go follow you ASAP if you're into Alabama sports at all, or even if you're not into Alabama sports, it's still great information. Secondly, look, my stance on Grant is well known. I am not an Anthony Grant fan right now. I hate to put it that way, but I believe we've had 6 years to see exactly what can be done under his leadership. And quite frankly, I'm just not there with him. I can't do it anymore. It's very difficult to watch this team play. I have a theory in the state of Alabama that the basketball, first of all, is much better overall than people want to give it credit for. And I'm talking about through the high school ranks on into college. Alabama as a university has a much better history than people want to acknowledge. But you have to sell basketball in this state. I think you know that. Football sells itself. And basketball is one of those things you have to let people know when you're good. You have to get out and market, and Anthony Grant just will not do that. Today's game, look, Alabama doesn't have any control over a game being at 7 o'clock on Valentine's Day, but it is bad luck. Let's be honest. It's a home game. You get precious few home games in the conference, and one of your home games is at 7 o'clock on Valentine's Day. That is not a good thing for a team that, quite frankly, is not a lot of fun to watch. And it doesn't matter if Ricky Tarrant's on the court. It doesn't matter if Obasahan is healthy. This team is hard to watch sometimes, and they don't win enough. So I feel like there's so many negative things around the program right now. It's very difficult for me to stomach as a big basketball fan, and I'm sure it's tough on you at times too.
It's definitely tough on me to watch this team at times because you see the talent is there. The talent's clearly there. You have guys that can handle the basketball. Levi Randolph coming off a subpar junior year, this being his senior season, averaging between 14 and 16 points a game. He's an efficient shooter. Just at times, to me, it feels like Levi Randolph's a bit too passive. He's afraid to take those knockdown shots. Instead, he will pass the ball around, and Alabama runs too much deep into the shot clock before they can get opportunity to really put something up there towards the basket. Another question that I wanted to ask you is, coming into this season, or next season, Alabama football-wise, you look at Reggie Ragland. In times past, Alabama has had that one linebacker to really captain and take control of the defense. You had Rolando McClain, of course, Courtney Upshaw, Dante Hightower, C.J. Mosley. Reggie Ragland, his decision to return for 2015 was huge for that defense because it gives it that nucleus at that linebacker position to not just stop the run, but also call the plays and get everybody set on the field. So with that being said, is Reggie Ragland prepared to step into that role and be that nucleus this upcoming season?
I definitely think Reggie Ragland is a guy that's going to be on a lot of All-American lists in the preseason. I also think he is ready to take that next step. Here's the thing. He's not C.J. Mosley, and I think C.J. Mosley right now is the one people are going to always stack you up against, at least this generation. You could go back and say, is he D'Amico Ryans? I don't know necessarily that he's D'Amico Ryans. He probably has more tools than D'Amico Ryans. But, look, I think Reggie Ragland is going to be fantastic. I think he's going to be the leader heading into this defense, and I think it's something that's very positive for Alabama to have more of a vocal leader on defense. I think that may have been one thing they were missing last year, because while Landon Collins was fabulous and he deserved all the accolades he received, there's no doubt. At the same time, I thought he could have been a little more vocal at times. I thought he could have stepped up from a leadership role a little bit more at times, and I think Reggie Ragland is a kid who can do that. He's been successful at every sport he's ever done. I remember calling him vividly as a freshman for Bob Jones in high school basketball, and he was just a successful story then. He's a successful story now, and he's finally come into his own, and I think you're absolutely right. His decision to come back may have been the biggest recruiting coup for Alabama over any of the 5-stars they signed in this class.
So I guess that will leave you with my final question for you today is, we're looking at the Alabama secondary, as you mentioned, losing Nick Perry, losing Jarek Williams, of course, Landon Collins. You return Cyrus Jones, who's arguably the #1 primary solidified cornerback on this team. But if you look at the safety spot, do you see possibly a true freshman starting? Because you have Deontay Thompson coming in. He's a Texas guy. And one thing about Texas, they produce solid defensive backs, Earl Thompson, Kenny Vaccaro, both guys playing in the National Football League. So you have Deontay Thompson, you have Ronnie Harrison, who's roughly the same size as Landon Collins. So do you see possibly a true freshman playing at safety next season, or do you see the Smith conundrum of Chino and Maurice Smith, or possibly Lawrence Foodie Jones stepping into that free safety or strong safety role?
I'm going to go ahead and bank on one of the freshmen, and it's not necessarily because I always buy into the hype. I do believe, though, that if one of those other guys were more apt to step into the role, that they would have already done it, because I thought there was certainly opportunity last year with some issues in the secondary. I do think Cyrus Jones is an underrated guy, that he got burned a few times last year. But, you know, the way Alabama plays defense, you're going to be burned occasionally. I mean, you're a defensive back out there on an island, and occasionally somebody's going to burn you. And let's also remember that we're in a day and age which is very pro-offense, and defensive backs have to always have an incredible short memory, and I think fans need to have one too. I love Deontay Thompson. I think he's a fabulous player. I've seen some film on him. I think he looks like a guy that can come in and play, or Minka Fitzpatrick, or the kid out of Miami, Sean Becker Burgess, I believe. I always get that reverse some way or the other. But I believe we're going to have some freshmen in the secondary. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I would have loved to have had Rico McGraw in this class to give another kid a shot, because I do believe you can never have enough defensive backs. And I think these last few weeks for Alabama have proven you can never have enough running backs. So I think that those are two positions I always want to load up on. But, Stephen, again, thank you so much for calling in. We really do appreciate it. I'm going to encourage everybody to go out there and follow you at ESPN_future. Isn't that your Twitter handle?
That is it.
All right, buddy. I hope you have a great day, okay?
You do the same. Thank you for having me.
All right, buddy. That was Stephen Smith at ESPN Future. Go follow him. He's with Touchdown Alabama, does an incredible job. He's always updating that Twitter feed, which I've become a big Twitter guy in the last year, and it's so much fun. When you're into sports, you can just keep up with it instantaneously. It's better than the ESPNs. It's better than Fox Sports, all of those, because it happens just immediately, and it's always great, and people offer some very insightful opinions, so we appreciate that. We're going to get back into the program and start over with Brett Pritchard here very, very soon. He should be joining me here any minute. We'll be back in just a minute with more of the Saturday Sports Countdown.
clear.
All teams need players that can fill the positions. S&S Tire has that team when it comes to your vehicle's tire mechanical needs. S&S, located in Alex City, Dadeville, and Newside, is the Lake Martin area's biggest volume tire dealer with the area's best prices and a dedicated team of fully trained mechanics to handle all your vehicle service needs. Visit any S&S location on Cherokee Road in Alex City, Highway 22 in Newside, or South Street in Dadeville to see how our winning team can save you money, time, and stress. Get the best S&S.
If you're looking for the best chicken fingers or wings in town, then look no further than JR Sports Bar and Grill in Alex City. Order my favorite, the wing basket, or try an awesome burger, quesadilla, crab claws, or dig into a healthy and delicious salad. JR's offers daily lunch specials that save you money without sacrificing on taste. Check out their Facebook page for daily lunch specials. JR's can also cater any special event from weddings to tailgate parties and has a huge party room for any special occasion. Stop by soon at JR Sports Bar and Grill at their location right off Highway 22 in Alex City.
If you've been seriously injured in a car wreck or a truck wreck, don't let the insurance company knock you out without taking responsibility for your medical expenses, pain and suffering, and car repair. You need a fighter. I'm a former Golden Glove champion, and I will fight for you to get the money you deserve. Call Chris.
Brett is on the phone. He's on
334.
Brett is on the line. He says he's on the way back to JR's, but he wants to go ahead and come on in on the phone when you come back.
Okay.
What's up?
I wanted to be sure everybody had this all done right.
Little less than a minute.
Okay.
Just one look at you, and I know it's gonna be a lovely day.
3, 2, 1.
And it is a lovely day here at JR Sports Bar and Grill in beautiful downtown Alexander City on Alabama Street. Come check us out. They have got an incredible Valentine's Night special. I will talk about that here in just one second. First of all, props to our producer giving us some very good bumper music here. I'm enjoying that. Brett Pritchard will be on with us here in just a second. He will be making his way over here to JR Sports Bar and Grill, as well as you should be tonight, the Valentine's Night special. Steak and shrimp with baked potato and salad. It will be for two. That is $21.95. You absolutely cannot beat that. A steak and shrimp with baked potato and salad for two. $21.95. That is a pretty unbelievable price. They will also have tons and tons of drink specials. So get over here to JR Sports Bar and Grill and bring your honey with you. And it is, again, a lovely day. So you can come over here at lunch if you'd like to. That'll be fine. You can join us here at the Saturday Sports Countdown. Brett Pritchard will be along shortly, but we would like to get your phone calls. Give us a call anytime at 256-234-6464 or 256-234-6221. We would love to hear from you out there. Plenty of things to talk about, but it is a weird time right now in the world of sports as I see Brett Pritchard jogging down the hill. He will be joining me here in just a second. Tons out there going on, but, you know, none of it is like football right now. It's football always gives us a topic each and every week. That's what makes it so much more fun. Basketball, there's so much going on. It's almost too much to keep up with. As Brett Pritchard now puts on the headset. Brett, did you save the damsel?
Yeah. Hey, everything's okay in Alex City, Alabama. So got to take it. Now we have a umpires clinic going on over at Central Alabama Community College and over at the Sportsplex. Got to get the umpires trained right before the season really gets kicked off.
I don't know why. I mean, let me tell you what.
If you think they just make bad calls because they don't have practice, that's wrong. They do have clinics and stuff, and so I had to go over there and unlock some of the facilities and make sure they had what they needed over there at the college. But it's a beautiful day out there for them to learn how to enhance their skills on calling balls and strikes.
Let me say this: after the last couple of seasons of SEC football and basketball, I'm totally okay with high school umpires missing some calls. I'm totally okay with
maybe
that.
the SEC needs to have some clinics. Maybe we need to ask Rogers Redding and Steve Shaw and some of the guys that are some of their higher up officials in the country. What do they do for practice? I know we're critical of our team sometimes when we play bad, and we go, well, did they not practice that? Well, did the officials practice last week?
It's a thankless job. There's no doubt about it. You only talk about officials and offensive linemen when they do something bad.
That's correct.
There's no doubt about it. And if you ever are a very strong official or a very good offensive lineman, let's say, for instance, we remember John Hanna forever, and that's just a name that lives in infamy.
Sure.
But you can't remember many offensive linemen. I mean, they just don't jump out at you because you only remember for their holding. You only remember for
when they do something bad.
And the same thing with an official. You remember Rogers Redding is a guy that comes to mind, but who's the one and to prove my point, I can't remember his name, the really strong guy in the NFL.
Oh, yeah, it's
Steve?
Ed Hockley.
Ed Hockley, there we go.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm rattling off all these officials' names. Maybe because
the point being that it's a thankless job. We make fun of them. Everybody gets onto them. Everybody yells at them. Everybody throws bottles and wrappers at them. But, in the end, they're just out there trying to do a job, trying to keep up with 18 to 22-year-olds usually. And it's a thankless job, but they do a good job for the most part.
Well, and let me just say this, too, on the high school level, because we deal with so much high school officiating and high school sports with the HSA network. So we're able to watch all of these championship events, and we're going to have the opportunity in a couple of weeks to go to Birmingham once again and do all the finals, semifinals, and finals on the HSA network. We do the Super 7 now. There are so many different officials on any given Friday night in football. Thousands. I want to make sure everybody understands that. Thousands of officials are all over the state refereeing football, and it's a side job for them. It's a side job where most of those guys are getting off at 3:30 or 4 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, getting in a car with their crew, and traveling somewhere, sometimes an hour and a half, depending on where they have to go, to referee a high school game that's very important to all of us in our towns and for our high schools. But you got to remember, you put things in perspective. If it were not for thousands of these guys who aren't getting paid very much, that do it because they love to do it and they want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to experience good high school athletics, we wouldn't have football on Friday nights. If you didn't have officials, you wouldn't have anybody. Right. You wouldn't have any games. You wouldn't have anything to holler at. So they do the best they can. I know they booger up calls sometimes. Then that happens, and they try to get it right. But that just shows you how much goes into it and how many people have to be in place for things to go right just in officiating. Now, that doesn't count everything else that goes into just a normal Friday night here in the state of Alabama. But thousands of guys and girls, women, that are officials in this state have to go and travel. And again, the pay is just not a lot because you can't afford to pay a ton of money, to thousands of people 14 Fridays a night. I mean, 14 Fridays in a week.
About $75 a game, plus or minus.
Yeah, and then some travel, and you get the travel too.
Okay, let's call it 100. It's still, again, not a lot of money for the time. There's no doubt about it. I mean, it's just, Brett, let's be honest. It's like our going to call some of these games for the radio. I mean, we don't do it for the money. We do it because we love it. We do it because we enjoy it. And if you did it for the money, you'd actually be kind of a fool. I mean, let's be honest. But I mean, you do it because you love it and you want be a part of this. And I think that's what officials are sometimes. And they have it in their blood. I mean, most of them played the game. Most of them may have even coached. And then the natural progression is to move on and be a part of the officiating somehow, some way.
Well, it's just easy to be critical. And when they miss a call, and, obviously a missed call stands out way, way more than the calls that they get right. If they get it right, they go, well, that's what they were supposed to do. And if they miss it, it's bad. So we'd love to hear from you. What's your take on officials, and are you appreciative? 256-234-6221. I think a lot of times we're not as appreciative as we should be, because like today over there at Central Alabama Community College, you got a bunch of umpires that are training and trying to put work in on a Saturday morning. Well, they could be doing something else.
Valentine's Day, Brett.
There you go.
And on a beautiful Saturday when you could be out doing just about anything. And here's the other side of this, and that people may not have even heard about. There's a great story on Yahoo Sports, I believe it was, about one of the main officials in the Fail Mary game, the Green Bay versus Seattle game.
Oh, my Lord. It's just a terrible story.
And the guy had horrible depression. He ended up.
He ain't recovered yet.
He hasn't recovered. I mean, it's affected his home life.
They got a divorce. He got a divorce because of it.
Incredibly sad. You say, well, was it that thing? Maybe he had problems going into it. Maybe he did, but I'm telling you right now, the public scrutiny and the backlash he took for that particular call, and maybe it was the wrong call. But those things happen at sports. I mean, you get bad calls. I try to tell this to people all the time. You want the official to be right all the time, but it's just like a coach has got to be frustrated. The coach has to feel like the fan sometimes with his players, because if you're the coach and you're like, if they would just execute, this play would work. Well, they don't execute because they're human. They make mistakes. And so you're frustrated, and fans need to look at officials the same way and say, these guys are human. They can't see every hold, every travel, every double dribble, or every interception. Now you can say on that particular Fail Mary call, well, they had a replay and they should have done this and they should have done that. But some of those times it even gets sketchy. Well,
the irony behind what you just said, and the reason that guy was in the place he was, because they had replacement officials, because the real officials were on strike. Because you know why? The NFL wasn't doing in the officials' eyes enough for them, taking care of them enough. So it goes back to under appreciation again of why we're even able to have the games that we have, because you can't, if you don't have officials out there to officiate the games, you can't play the games. You can't call your own foul in basketball, even though when we have pickup, that's what you do. But you're not going to call your own foul in a competition like that. So
if there was money on the line, think about this, Brett. If you're out there playing pickup basketball with your buddies, and when you're out there playing with your buddies, and things may get intense occasionally, everybody's a little competitive, whatever. But for the most part, it's all good. But what if somebody said, you've got a crowd full of folks, and if you don't win this game, you don't go to a tournament where the university, where your school gets money or your family gets money or whatever. I'm telling you, people are going to start calling some more ticky-tack stuff, aren't they?
Very, very much so. And, but it's fun that and it's kind of ironic that we had nothing planned to talk about officials today. And I got that call to go over there and unlock a couple of doors at the field, because our baseball team at Central Alabama's in Florida at a tournament and playing some of the top opponents in the nation. Of course, we're one of the top teams as well, because 2 years ago we won the national championship. So we've got it's a pretty tough tournament that we're in down there, and maybe try to run some stuff down. But maybe on Valentine's Day here, since we're feeling a little love, throw a little love towards some officials. We throw a lot of hate a lot of times at them, so let's throw a little love at them sometimes.
I'm challenging everybody in Ellick City right now. Head right over to CAC and go hug an official.
They're all out there, and if people start walking up hugging them, they're going to be like, well, what's going on? We're just getting started here. 256-234-6221. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this.
Clear.
Hey, in the next break, I'm going to give you a phone number to call. His name's Hank Weldon. He's the tournament director for the high school bass tournament that's going on down in Wind Creek. And you want me to go and give you his number now?
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to go ahead, and then you call him right when we go to break next.
Hank Weldon.
Hank Weldon, that's it.
All right, well, I'll call him at 10:36. What's the number?
678-296-5826.
678-296-5826.
You got it, brother.
All right.
Your headset? That's you, that's me.
That's Marketing Group. For signage, tees, web design, and more, call on LMG today at 256-825-0197.
All right, gentlemen. It's 3, 2, 1.
Throwing you a little happy Valentine's Day love out there toward everybody. And you couldn't have ordered up a prettier day, Luke. It's a gorgeous day in downtown Alexander City. And as you mentioned earlier, while I was over there trying to make sure the umpires were good to go, Valentine's Day special here at JR's, steak and shrimp with baked potato and salad for two. Now that's you and your other half. $21.95 total. That's it. And then tons of drink specials here at JR's tonight. So I don't know where in the world you go to get a better deal. And let me tell you, you and I both have eaten their steaks here. And I've got a little vested interest in their steaks here. A little bit of
You provide the cow?
No, I didn't provide the cow. I didn't provide maybe a little bit of the marinade stuff that they mix up, but it's awesome. I mean, their steaks are the best around. I'm telling you, you can't go anywhere and find one better. I challenge you to. So go out and try it out, and come out here tonight and make this your Valentine's destination. $21.95. For two. So you can't beat that anywhere. Give us a call, 256-234-6221. In the next segment, Luke, Hank Weldon, the tournament director for the high school side of Bassmaster, the Costa Del Mar Bassmaster High School Southern Open at Lake Martin today. 225 boats. It is officially the largest high school bass tournament ever in the United States. So we're looking forward to being down there, looking forward to having Hank on the show with us here in a little bit to talk about it. Last night at Central Alabama Community College, there were over 700 people there for the rules meeting. I had a chance to speak to them a little bit and talk to them about and welcome them to this area, to Lake Martin and Alex City. And I told all the ones that are not from around here and haven't fished on Lake Martin, Luke, that they were in for a treat because it's a beautiful lake. We're very appreciative of Lake Martin and how gorgeous it is and what a great recreation and fishing lake it is.
Yeah, I grew up on it all my life and always loved Lake Martin. It is a beautiful place to come out and if you're going to have a fishing tournament, might as well have it here.
Absolutely. And, the JR's provided the food last night. I mean, the reception has been nothing but great from everybody. And these guys are coming in from all over the Southeast. I mean, they're coming in from North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Tennessee, wherever. A lot of people drove several hours to get here, but high school bass fishing has gotten huge along with college bass fishing, and it's good to see because anything competitive, especially in the outdoors, of course, I love, but that's what we talk about here on this program. We deal with so much high school athletics when it comes to especially football and basketball with our calls on the Alabama High School Athletic Association radio network. We love to see competition at the high school level. It's just a lot of fun. So if you're out and about and you want to come down and see something that's tremendous and awesome and be part of really something kind of historic, the largest high school bass tournament in the history of this country, right down at Lake Martin today.
Well, Brett, switching gears just for a second, I got text from our friend Kyle Odell, who is a scout with the San Francisco 49ers. He's listening to us. He's stuck in a snowstorm somewhere, which a lot of us may be stuck in a snowstorm here very, very soon.
Monday,
but he wanted to talk a little bit about Alabama's offensive line for next season and the signees. We will definitely get to that a little bit later on. But I guess this segment we need to discuss basketball, SEC basketball, or Alabama-Auburn more specifically. Alabama's got a game tonight at 7 o'clock. I talked about it earlier in my little solo rant that, look, it's bad luck for Alabama. And again, just more bad luck for Anthony Grant that you have a game that, frankly, for your NCAA tournament hopes, and there are fleeting hopes out there, it's an important game. And unfortunately for you, you have this game at 7 o'clock on Valentine's night. I mean, I can't imagine. I talked about it on the podcast earlier. If you if you decide you want to take your wife or your honey or your girlfriend or whatever to the Alabama basketball game on Valentine's night, I think you can go ahead and expect to just be sleeping on the couch that evening. I can tell you right now, don't expect a long evening. I mean, you can go ahead and get your TV warmed up in the living room because you'll be sleeping on the couch if that's the way you want to spend this romantic day. But again, it's one of those things. Stephen Smith called in earlier from Touchdown Alabama. Really appreciate his phone call. And we kind of talked about basketball for a second. It doesn't matter to me if Ricky Tarrant's on the court. It doesn't matter to me if Retno Basahan's on the court. At this point, it seems like Alabama and Anthony Grant, they're kind of staying together for the kids in a bad marriage. I mean, this needs to end. It needs to end quickly. I don't enjoy watching basketball anymore. Quite frankly, I just don't enjoy watching the team play. And I hate to make it sound so cold and cruel because as a fan, you're always supposed to be loyal no matter what.
Sure.
But I've watched this for 6 years. And when I went to the Kentucky game a few weeks ago, I said, I invested about 7, maybe 8 hours in this day to come watch this.
Mm-hmm.
And
it was
just not fun. I said, and not
fan.
only invested the time, invested the money. And I said, it's just not fun. I mean, this is supposed to be fun. We forget sometimes in our loyalties, this is also supposed to be entertainment. And it's just not fun. And so I want Alabama to be good again. I want Anthony Grant to do well. I want to say that.
You want a
right
new
now.
direction for Alabama
I just want something.
basketball.
It's time for let's hit reset.
Well, and I think that's what we talked about on the sports call yesterday with some of the programs at Auburn and basketball. And we looked down the list, and one of the sheets that we had up here that we talked about is, why can't Auburn get together basketball-wise? And Bruce Pearl made mention in an article this week. And he said, look, whatever your expectations were out there, you just need to temper them a little bit, because he said what I was left, and he didn't say it this bluntly, Luke, but he said what I was left was frankly atrocious, and basically didn't have what we didn't have very much in the cupboard. And if I don't go out and get an Antoine Mason and a Simeon Bowers and a Casey Ross Miller, we may not have won a game all year. I mean, that's kind of where it was. Tony Barbie, excuse me. And just let me just say this frankly, and you be your own judge, 18-50 in 4 years in the SEC. That's horrific. Jeff Lebo was 35-61 in 6 seasons at Auburn. That's terrible. That's what Auburn's had to deal with since Cliff Ellis left. And Cliff Ellis was a little under 500 as a coach in the SEC, but he was 186 and 125 overall, went to multiple NITs, went to 3 NCAA tournaments, had a #1 seed in 2000. So you know what? Look, that was basketball epicness for Auburn when Cliff Ellis was there. Since then, it's been horrendous, and it's at the bottom. I have no doubt Bruce Pearl will get it back. I really feel confident that. He's just been – look, I told everybody last night, I said, I feel sorry for Bruce Pearl because I know what kind of competitor he is. And he's probably going to have his first losing season ever. And that's monumental for him as long as he's been coaching. So Auburn had to let their program erode down to the base of nothing. And Alabama is in a stagnation mode for the last 4 or 5 years with Anthony Grant. Of course, I don't count anybody's first year because, you got to come in and do your own thing. But I'll say over the last 5 years, Alabama's program at best has been stagnant. So Auburn has made the move to do and the investment to correct Will Alabama do that? We'll wait and see. We're up against a break. When we come back, we'll continue to talk more about Auburn and Alabama basketball, Auburn and Alabama baseball, Valentine's Day. But we're going to take a break. When we come back, Hank Weldon with the high school Bassmaster, Costa Del Mar Southern Open on Lake Martin right now, today, weigh in this afternoon at Wind Creek. When we come back, we'll have him on the phone. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this.
Clear.
Advanced Heating and Air is East Central Alabama's certified train comfort specialist. That means the pros at Advanced make you the focus with superior service on all brands, 24-hour on-call service, and rapid response time. Advanced Heating and Air is exclusive with Train Heating and Air products that deliver the longest reliability and great energy efficiency. Being a comfort specialist, Advanced can offer an amazing 0% 60-month financing package on all Train's new products. Call 256-234-5052 for the best products, financing, and service. Advanced Heating and Air, where your comfort is our #1 concern.
If you're looking for the best chicken fingers or wings in town, then look no further than JR Sports Bar and Grill in Alex City. Order my favorite, the wing basket, or try an awesome burger, quesadilla, crab claws, or dig into a healthy and delicious salad. JR's offers daily lunch specials that save you money without sacrificing on taste. Check out their Facebook page for daily lunch specials. JR's can also cater any special event from weddings to tailgate parties and has a huge party room for any special occasion. Stop by soon at JR Sports Bar and Grill at their location right off Highway 22 in Alex City.
Don't let pests take your house or business over. Wave the red flag. Red Flag Pest, owned and operated by Scott Davis on Highway 280 in Jackson's Gap, is licensed, insured, and bonded, and serves the Lake Martin area, specializing in lake homes, residential property, and industrial property. Call for a free inspection today, 256-825-0430, and visit us online at redflagpestcontrol.com. Red
Yeah, they do. Is Walker always in a uniform? That is great. It looks like some kind of police jacket.
I'm still trying to get in touch with him. So just hold on.
Oh, I thought you said you had
He
him.
hadn't been answering.
Oh, I thought you said you had him.
Well, I was ringing. I didn't have him, but it was ringing. I thought I was about to boing get it. So just hold on.
All right. I just sent him a text and told him that we're calling him right now.
Roger that. Less than 10.
We don't have him yet, Luke.
Three,
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. Working to get Hank on the phone with us. I can only imagine, and he and I talked about this last night. Just keep hitting him on his cell phone until he answers, because he is the director of the largest high school bass tournament in the history of the United States right now. 225 boats at Wind Creek took off this morning about 6:15 to fish Lake Martin. I can only imagine. I fished in some tournaments, Luke, and most of the tournaments I fish in have 50 to 60 boats in and maybe less. I've fished in a couple that have had 100 boats, but can only imagine 225. That lake, even as big as it is, there are boats everywhere. And it should be a lot of fun this afternoon at Wind Creek when they bring these fish to the scale to weigh in. And they will these. If you think, oh, these are high school kids, what are they going? You will be amazed at what some of these guys bring to the scale and how good a fisherman these guys and girls are, because there are girls involved. Let me make mention of that. There are so many more females getting involved in outdoor sports now than ever in our history of our country. And that's a good thing, because we want to encourage everybody out there, no matter what gender you are. If you want to play a sport, you need to just go for it. Live your dream. And there are a lot of females out there that are really, really good with a fishing rod, and they can bring big time weights to the scales with the guys, so they can fish just as good as the guys can out there. So we'd love to hear from you. 256-234-6221. If you're out and about on a beautiful Saturday, and I know you're probably going to go out to eat tonight, probably coming to JR's for this Valentine's special, go to Wind Creek first and check out this high school tournament, man. It's historic. So, Luke, I know we were talking about basketball. I do have to make mention the Toomer's trees going in the ground today, and it's not a big deal for Alabama fans because, it's not their university. But I will say this. I had a Alabama buddy of mine say, look, he told me yesterday, he said, man, I'm glad for the trees. And he said, I'm proud that it's getting back, because he said, man, frankly, that was just an embarrassing time for all of us. He said, and he said, I'm being honest about it. He said, I hate what happened. He said, he didn't have anything to do with us. He said, that kind of person, there's no place for him in anything, in the kind of hatefulness and, whatever you do to be malicious towards somebody. Look, we all get caught up, and we all love our school, and we frankly hate the other school, whoever it is that you're pulling for. But, man, don't take it to malicious steps where you harm things and destroy things. It's just simply amazing when you think back.
I mean, it's almost, gosh, I hate to use the term comical because Auburn fans won't like that, but it's so comical that the guy actually spent so much time on this. You would think there'd be some point in that journey when he was headed to poison those trees that he'd be in the car with all whatever WD-40 or P90X or whatever that stuff was he had in his trunk, and he would have said, this may not be a good move. I mean, there's so many.
Have you seen this guy?
And then
I don't think that goes through his mind.
But then he gets away with it. I mean, that's what's.
How did somebody not see?
That's what's.
And what did he dress up as?
Brett, that's what's,
he dressed up like
that's
something.
What's pretty
He's
incredible.
Like, I'm an official out here testing the soil.
That's what's pretty incredible about the criminal mind is that I think all of us inherently want to do well or want to do good things. Okay, we want to do good things. So I think that his guilty conscience took over, and he called in to confess this thing. And in hindsight, it's the dumbest thing you could possibly do.
Because nobody would have ever known who did it.
Everybody at their core wants to do good. And I think that he allowed a very evil part of him to take over for a minute. I mean, it's almost like but I got to say, I was talking to people about the trees coming back yesterday, and I said, I bet you somewhere Harvey Updike is in a mirror putting the black eye paint, the camouflage paint on his face right now, just saying, okay, y'all are challenging me again, huh? I'm
not sure he's got enough money to pay for black eye paint, because he can't even pay $5 toward the $500,000 that he owes the taxpayers of Alabama that the judge ruled on. So maybe it's old charcoal outside from the grill.
The incredible irony is he did more to give Auburn good publicity from this.
Oh, he did.
Than he really could have ever imagined. I think I remember it like remember the Grinch that stole Christmas, when he leaned over the cliff and he stole all the presents, and he thought Whoville was going to just he's going to hear all this crying and all this sadness, and instead everybody was just gathered around singing and having. That's kind of how he must have felt. It's like the Grinch who stole Christmas. I don't know that his heart grew 3 sizes, but I do believe he listened down and goes, wait a minute. Auburn fans hadn't just quit life because I poisoned these trees.
And I'm an idiot.
Yeah, and you got to feel like I don't, but I'm sort of, I'm going to go back to what you said earlier. I don't know that he is that self-aware.
Well, I think he thought he was going to be a martyr, and he was going to say, look, I got this for all the Alabama nation out there. I'm going to go down there and hit them right where it hurts, right there at Toomer's Corner in the trees. And what he did was go, Man, you're just an idiot.
If he would have just told any Alabama fan his plan, we would have said, you know what? That's kind of funny and joking about it.
Yeah, but you're not really going.
What do you mean you already have the stuff in the car? No, don't do this. No, you don't want to do this.
Sad day for Harvey Updike as the two new oak trees go back in, and I can promise you they will be well guarded from this point on. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this.
Y'all are clear, by the way. We've got Hank. I've got him finally. And I just checked. Hank is still there, ready to go.
Oh, man, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, tender break. Or
The bump.
Bump.
Do what? Yeah, he's there.
Three, 2, 1.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's Sports Bar and Grill. We'll take your calls the next segment, but at this time, I want to go to the phone line and pick up our good buddy Hank Weldon down there at Wind Creek for the Costa High School Bassmasters Southern Open. Hank, you with us?
Hey, Brett, I am. And you got that right. That was a good job.
Hey, man, I appreciate it. I've been practicing. I figured you'd be proud of me. Last night at Central Alabama Community College and the Charles E. Bailey Sportsplex, you guys brought everybody in. JR Sports Bar and Grill fed them over there, and then they made their way over to the college, and it was a packed house last night, and a phenomenal sight standing up on that stage looking out at how many high school bass fishermen and fisher girls, if that's the appropriate term, that were in the audience, and it's been a beautiful start to the day. It's only going to get better. Man, you couldn't have ordered it up any better, Hank. You did a good job.
Well, yeah, we definitely got lucky there. Yeah, it was an awesome sight last night at community college, and I mean that room was full. And this morning, it was the exact same way at Wind Creek Harbor, where I mean we could barely squeeze all the boats in there, but they were there, and they're all out fishing now, and man, they're catching them too. You can look at bassmaster.com. We've got our blog rolling right now, and there's a ton of fish being caught. Pictures. The boat captains are sending in pictures of all the catches that are happening. So it's a fun day out there right now, it looks like.
It is. And, you gave me an opportunity to get up and just kind of welcome everybody to the area last night. And, I made mention that, Lake Martin, a lot of times as a fishery, gets overlooked because of its popularity recreational. It's such a beautiful, clear, huge lake. And in the summer, man, it's just covered up with people from all over that come in. But we forget a lot of times, and I've grown up here and you grew up right down the road from it, Hank, how great of a fishery Lake Martin really is. And over the last couple of years, during this time of year, this fishery has gotten so much better in the last few weeks. It's taken phenomenal weights to win tournaments, 17, 18, 19 pounds to win some of these tournaments, where used to, if you caught 14 to 15 pounds, you would be feeling pretty good about yourself. And I expect huge weights today.
Brett, I'm going to go out on a limb with what we're seeing on the blog. And again, people can go see this too and see what I'm talking about.
Oh, I think we may have lost. Are we back? Hey, there we are. I got you back, Shank. I missed a little bit of that, but tell me again what you were saying. I think maybe everybody else out there heard you, but I lost you there for a second. You're going to go out on a limb and say what were you thinking?
I think we might surpass 20 pounds today to take home the trophy. I think the fishing's that strong. It looks like, at least, out there on the water.
That's outstanding. And man, what a phenomenal day that would be if 20 pounds plus was brought to the scale. That would speak leaps and bounds. And, I'm going to say something about Lake Martin in this area, Hank, and we've proven last night and with the city and the facility at Wind Creek that you can host a huge bass tournament here and it'd be real successful. I think, and you just chime in and let me know, I think this may be the start of bigger and better things. And I'm not saying that the high school side isn't better, because this is awesome. I love it. But I'm talking maybe on up the line at some opens for professionals, and then maybe an elite tournament several years down the road, possibly.
Absolutely. Because, I mean, we know Alex City can now handle everything logistically. And the thing with an elite series is you actually don't have as many boats in the tournament. But, yeah, I mean, we've definitely proved today or this week that we can have it here. We're going to prove this afternoon how good of a fishery it is and just really showcase this area. And then for everyone listening, come out to Wind Creek. We're expecting big crowds. We've got our stage set up. Wind Creek starting at 2:30 today will be when we weigh our first fish.
I'm going to be weighing a lot of boats in, and so it's going to be going on for a while. And we're excited about it. As soon as this show's over, I'll be heading down, and Justin will be with me, and then Greg Vincent, who's on the Elite Series, a good friend of ours. We and him grew up together here. We'll be on the water getting some footage for our show, Sports Blitz Outdoors, and then interviewing some of the guys and girls after they weigh their fish in up there around the stage. And, man, we're looking forward to it.
Hey, it's going to be awesome. And, I mean, I can't thank you guys enough, Brett, for having me on the show and just hooking us up with the college. I mean, you guys have been great, and always love coming back to my home area and showcasing it to everybody else.
Well, Hank, real quick before we let you go, kind of put things in perspective around for everybody in this area and tell them, this is one of the opens, and I think you guys have 2 more or 3 more tournaments. Tell us where the other opens will be held the rest of the season.
So this is our kickoff for the Costa Bassmaster High School Series, one of 3 opens. Our next one, we head over to Texas for Toledo Bend, and then our third and final one will be in Illinois, and on a lake called Lake Springfield. And all of these opens lead to our national championship. We haven't announced yet, but we have over 7 states represented today in this one tournament. So the guys have traveled from all over, and it's just it's a fun deal to run, and it'll, if you guys can make it out, it'll be a fun way in.
Well, it is a big deal, and it's great to see high school fishing growing to the extent it is, and a lot has to do with you guys, Hank, and the promotion. And of course, college bass fishing is on fire. It's about as big as it's ever been, and just looking forward to this sport continuing to grow. We look forward to being down there with you in a few hours, Hank, and we appreciate you taking time out of a busy day to join us here on Saturday Sports Countdown.
Brett, we appreciate it. And we'll see you guys at weigh-in.
Sounds great. See you in a little bit. That's Hank Weldon with Bass, and he is the tournament director for the High School Bassmaster Series Costa Del Mar Southern Open down at Lake Martin. And as he just said, 2:30, they'll begin to weigh in. 225 boats on Lake Martin today in this largest bass fishing tournament in the high school ranks ever here in the country. So come on down to Wind Creek this afternoon and witness something that's truly historic. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this.
Clear. 3, 2, 1.
Spending my day thinking about you, girl.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. This is the Valentine's Day edition.
The Quiet Storm.
That's exactly right, man. So why don't you just quiet storm your way on over to JR Sports Bar and Grill tonight or this afternoon for a special date with your other half, steak and shrimp with baked potato salad for two, $21.95. That's not $21.95 a plate. That's $21.95 combined. Where are you going to get better than that? Drink specials too, by the way, out here at JR's.
It's going to be hard to beat, but if I was tempted to just let that bumper music roll.
It was pretty good.
I was going to tell you, if you're still laying in bed here at 11 o'clock with your significant other, just open the window and absorb some of this nice, cool weather and just lay in bed until it's about 5 o'clock. It's time to come over to JR's for your special.
No
enjoy the Quiet Storm for another hour.
Relax
Saturday Sports
today.
Quiet Storm.
Yeah, I told Scott yesterday on Sports Call. I said you can bring your date out here for $21.95 and for two, or for Scott, he could come out and eat both of them for $21.95 and be fine because it was single. He calls it Single Awareness Day as well. So now I've heard that too. But
I'm going to tell you the truth. I've been there, and if it's Valentine's Day and you're single, you're aware of it.
Yeah,
I don't need it to be called that.
Yeah, and you don't need to talk about it a lot. A lot of people, and some it doesn't bother at all. But let's go back into some sports talk. Baseball, SEC baseball hits the diamond yesterday. Most all SEC schools in action. Most all won. Probably a surprise here in a little bit. I'll read off one that lost on opening day. Kentucky takes care of Ball State 11-7. Missouri edges Iona 4-3 in their opener. Coming on down the line, Auburn defeats Binghamton. The Bearcats yesterday afternoon 2-0. Keegan Thompson did a great job. Only pitched 4 innings, struck out 5. Walked 3, I believe, so a good outing for him to start. South Carolina loses to Charleston in 10 innings, 6-3. So Charleston's got a good history of having a good program out there. So they dropped that game and go to 0-1. Arkansas defeats North Dakota 11-4. Georgia blows out Eastern Illinois 18-3. Ole Miss 9-4 over William and Mary. Vanderbilt, the defending national champs, shut out Santa Clara 4-0. Mississippi State defeats Cincinnati 6-2. Florida wins 9-1 over Rhode Island. Coming on down the line, Tennessee loses to Florida International. That's kind of a shocker there, 4-3. And Alabama defeats some kind of medical school.
No.
That's
a rapper.
It's a MD Shore. So,
but now Maryland Eastern Shore,
yeah,
look,
exactly.
they're not a very strong ball club, obviously. But again, that's why we enjoy talking about football more than we do basketball and baseball, because these games right now, I mean, you say, well, shocking that South Carolina loses to Charleston. And I guess it is, but it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
Right now it doesn't.
But see, in football, if something like that happens, that's why we can talk about it all year long.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many non-important games in baseball and basketball. And I know the coaches would preach otherwise, say, well, every game's important. Well, I mean, nobody's really paying attention to baseball yet. It is kicked off without any fanfare. And I would say it needs a better way to market itself, because there's no better time to capture the country's attention to baseball than right this minute, because there's not a ton going on. It's NBA All-Star Weekend.
Who cares?
And nobody's really watching that. Right? I mean, unless you're in New York.
Especially around here. I could care less. And to be honest with you, I don't watch NBA really till it gets to playoffs anyway, and sometimes I don't even do that. Texas A&M defeated Holy Cross 19-2 to round out the SEC. No, actually one more. LSU defeats Kansas 4-1. You're right. The thing that's going to help baseball, and I think it's going to help, this may help in gymnastics, it's helping everything, is the SEC Network. We're about to see the true benefit of the SEC Network now, not during football season, because the SEC Network didn't land the good games. They landed 1 or 2 here and there, but for the most part, they got what was left over. The SEC network's going to make its worth now. It's going to make its hay now watching softball, watching equestrian, watching gymnastics, watching swimming, all the other sports that haven't had the chance to have notoriety and the networks weren't going to put on anyway, Luke. Now you got SEC Network, SEC Network Plus, SEC Network alternate channel. So you're going to have all that. So it needs to be bigger because baseball is considered the third sport. I mean, in the SEC, it's considered the third largest sport in the conference. And right now, the SEC needs to be jumping up and down. Vanderbilt #1 in the country, Florida #2, South Carolina #5, LSU #9, Texas A&M 17, Ole Miss 18, Alabama at 20, and Tennessee at 25. And that's not counting Kentucky, who led every offensive category in the SEC last year, Arkansas, who is a very strong program. And there's two more right there that you're going to add. Almost everybody in the SEC week in and week out is very tough to play. I mean, so you better come with your A game every single night or you're going to get beat.
Yeah, you really should. And it's, again, bad luck for Alabama to have this type of maybe they have a little bit of preseason hype. I know I'm contradicting what I said a little bit earlier, but they do have some preseason hype coming into this season, and they're going to be playing their home games at Hoover at the Met because Alabama's doing all that work on the new facility for baseball. Yeah, so I think that's kind of bad luck, but it could work in their benefit because now you're going to be in Birmingham. You're going to have more people to draw from. Yeah, the students probably aren't going to be as apt to come out there, but I think you may be able to get some of the older guard back, get some of the more established folks, the adults, maybe, and then maybe they will carry that into next season and beyond. So there's an opportunity here for Alabama to do some good things. And so I'm happy they won last night. But again, it's very difficult for me to keep up with baseball until it gets very, very, very late in the season.
256-234-6221. We talked about baseball for a while yesterday. Auburn was 28-28 last season, and Sonny Galloway's first season at Auburn. And it really was not about the record more than it was maybe the demeanor of Sonny Galloway, his personality. A lot of people felt like he didn't fit Auburn. They didn't like the way he handled the press sometimes, talking about some of his players, talking about some of his coaches. Maybe felt like they got thrown under the bus a little bit, and that's not the role of a head coach. He's had a winning pedigree everywhere he's been. He was an outstanding coach at Oklahoma, although everybody felt like in Oklahoma they were glad to see him go. So a lot of people felt like he rubbed them the wrong way. He was 10-20 in the conference last year, 28-28 overall. And, Luke, the difference in that record and being a regional team is about 5 or 6 games going your way. So if you can turn it around and go win 5 to 6 more ball games and win and go be 16-14 in the conference or 15-15 in the conference and have a 34-35 win, 22-23 loss type of record, then you're a regional team and everybody's happy because that's what it's all about anyway, doing well enough to win, to get into a regional, to have a shot at a national championship. And a lot of people are going to expect a lot more out of Sonny Galloway, and it may be an unfair thing for him this year because Auburn lost a ton last year. So there's a lot of young guys on this team that are having to contribute. It's a lot of JUCO guys that they had to bring in. Who knows? I mean, he went out and got Holiday as his pitching coach, who is a well-renowned coach through the ranks in his whole career and in college baseball. We'll see what Sonny Galloway is able to do this year. He gets off, obviously, to a good start, winning 2-0, but Auburn struggled offensively all last year. The pitching was phenomenal. And last night, it was kind of the same as we saw all of last year, struggle to score runs.
Well, and I think some of it is just personality, kind of like Anthony Grant's troubles, because the first thing you brought up with people's issues with Galloway was the fact that he threw some kids under the bus. You could make the argument that Bruce Pearl did that when you talked about, he basically said I was left with a bunch of garbage. That's basically what he said. That's not verbatim, but that's basically
he didn't term it that way, but that's what you can interpret it as.
But his personality is magnetic, and people want to like him. And Sonny Galloway, though he was successful at Oklahoma, he comes in, he's a little more acerbic. He's not quite as engaging. And so people kind of don't want to like him.
That's right.
I mean, you're naturally inclined to not like him. He's got to make you like him. And that's the same way with Anthony Grant, that it doesn't almost matter anymore what you do because it's going to be tough to like him. We already know he's not going to market the program. He's not going to go above and beyond to make Alabama better, and he's not going to go out there and engage the fans. And I think Sonny Galloway is the same kind of way. At least it feels that way. Again, baseball, I especially Auburn baseball, I look at from a telescope. I mean, I'm way away from it. But I believe what I've seen out of him, trying not to overanalyze this thing, it just seems like people just don't really like him much as a person.
They don't. And I think that's the hurdle that he's got to fight. And obviously wins will help that, but I'm not sure that will be the only thing that helps it. I think he's got to be, like you said, a little bit more engaging and give fans reasons to side with him rather than find reasons to say, hey, we need to get rid of him and try somebody else. 256-234-6221 to be part of the program. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR is right after this.
I'm just letting the bumper bounce a little bit, everybody out there. It's some good stuff from our producer today. Luke Robinson here with you now at Saturday Sports Countdown at JR Sports Bar and Grill. on Alabama Street in Alexander City. Come on out and join us. They have got a fabulous Valentine's night special tonight. Steak and shrimp with baked potato and salad for two, $21.95. Absolutely cannot be beat. Don't need reservations. That's another huge positive. Just come on out here. They will get you seated and get you fed. They will also have a ton of drink specials. I want to welcome in now a friend of mine, Kyle Odell, who is a scout with the San Francisco 49ers. Kyle, how are you today?
Hey, doing great, Luke, man. Good to be back with you. How you doing?
Doing fantastic. I know you are snowed in Kalamazoo, Michigan, and I can think of 5 things off the top of my head to do with this pin and my thigh that I'd rather be doing than be stuck in Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Man, you're not lying. Yeah, I woke up this morning, supposed to go work a few guys at Western Michigan out, and poured a cup of coffee, pulled back the drapes, didn't know if I was in Kalamazoo or Siberia. So it's pretty brutal up here right now.
It's got to be. It's just got to be tough. But, Kyle, the life of a scout, I guess you're flying all over the country. You're checking out different universities and a lot of different pro days right now?
Yeah, right now. Trying to knock out a few, maybe some schools that don't necessarily have a ton of prospects, but have a guy or two who are interesting. Maybe not have a pro day on their own in the fall. So, we're all within driving distance now. We're in town for the Combine in Indianapolis, so we all kind of spread out for the weekend and come back on Sunday in Indianapolis, get started on the Combine.
What are some of the bigger players, any familiar names out there that you're going to get to go see that our listeners may know?
From within my area, in Ohio State, a lot of people are familiar with them just from the bowl game, but they have a big time receiver in Devin Smith, the guy who averaged 30 yards a catch last year and had 12 touchdowns. So he's a real intriguing guy. Then you've also got Michigan State cornerback junior Trey Wayne, who had a really good season, I thought, and Devin Funches at Michigan, big wide receiver target. So yeah, there's some really good talent this year in the Midwest.
Kyle, we talked about this, I believe it was maybe Tuesday when you were on Sports Blitz Live with us, but I want you to talk a little bit about the Alabama players and what their prospects are for coming out in the draft this year. I know, look, Amari Cooper is what Amari Cooper is. He's going to be a top 10 pick. I don't think there's any doubt about it. But maybe some of the other guys like a Landon Collins, I've seen him all over the board. I've seen him in the top 10. I've seen him at number 25. I've seen him everywhere. TJ Yeldon, kind of the same thing. There have been rumors that he's been shooting up some charts. There are a lot of mock drafts that have him in the early to mid-second round.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I'll start with Landon. Landon is you really like the athlete you see in Landon Collins. He's going to be over 6 foot. He's going to be 215 pounds, and you see a very strong strided, very strong stride, very explosive athlete who you can really align in a lot of different places. I think, he brings a lot of value to you as a nickel and dime, bring down in the box and help defend the run in passing situations where, a guy I think can really neutralize draws, screens from that aspect. And then also, he's got the ability and the speed and the athleticism to play and be effective in the back half. And then going on to TJ, TJ is a very instinctive runner. I'd say, he benefits from his lateral quickness and his footwork. And then he's got great vision, great instincts in the inside run game. Can really stop on a dime. And that's something you don't see, every day with the back TJ size.
Let's talk about the players that are on Alabama's squad right now. Who, among all of them, any class, including the signing class, would you recommend, okay, somebody needs to draft this guy ASAP, or do you think we'll go the highest in some future drafts?
Well, I'd say the most value right now, I think that's the easiest question so far, J.K. Scott. I don't think
really?
There's a punter in America, maybe even at our level that, has the leg that guy has on him. So, I think he's a knockout for sure, the starter day one in the NFL, just with what he showed this past year. You only expect to see more of it in the future. And then, you got a lot of good talent. I mean, Cam Robinson is more than intriguing as a left tackle prospect for, how he showed in his freshman year. And then, I'm really excited to see some of these guys coming up in the recruiting class, like Calvin Ridley. I think he's got a chance to make an immediate impact, really, kind of make a name for himself really early, very similar to how Amari Cooper did.
I'll tell you, I thought Cam Robinson was going to be your easy answer there, but J.K. Scott, you're right. I mean, he may look 10 years old, and you and I talk about it on the Talking Tuscaloosa podcast all the time. He does not look the way he should be punting. I mean, his leg is of a 32-year-old Reggie Roby, and his face may look like Doogie Howser, but he is a man among boys in the punting realm. And it's just wild to see him and the things he can do. It's unbelievable to think on a team full of 5 stars, Alabama's best player may be their punter.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's got a high-powered rifle attached to his hip. It's pretty impressive to see. You know, it's just weird talking about a punter in that sense. But, yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. What he did this past year was nothing short of pretty tremendous.
Well, I say it all the time, Kyle, that you have a dream job. I think it's got to be a lot of fun. I know there's definitely hard work involved. I don't mean to shortchange you that way, but it's got to be a lot of fun to get out and see all these folks. And you do have a dream job, but I don't envy you being stuck in Kalamazoo, Michigan in a snowstorm on Valentine's Day. I need to throw that out there.
Yeah, you know, it's very fortunate. It's got a lot. I mean, like you said, you're watching football all day. You can't really beat that, man, in any way you look at it. So, I mean, I could easily be at a cubicle, you know, doing trying to crunch up some numbers or something. That's just not me at all. So I'm very, very blessed to, you know, get to do what I do every day for a living. And, you know, like you said, you know, you got to roll with it. You got to figure out, you know, how to just make things work when stuff like this comes up, because things like this happen. You just got to roll with the punches and try to, you know, make the best of it.
All right, buddy. Thanks so much for being with us today, Kyle. We really do appreciate it. I hope that things get melted down there for you sometime soon, although I got to tell you, it looks like the weather is going to be even worse here coming up. So good luck, buddy.
I appreciate it, man. Thanks for having me on. Always a pleasure.
We'll have Kyle Odell on again soon. We'll be back in just a minute with more of the Saturday Sports Countdown.
Clear.
Oh, maybe he's saying, you work for me. Work for me, I'll just give you that's what he's, yeah. But it's not even close to that. But I do agree with some of the stuff. Structured environment, not where you just hand them checks. Well, I'm not paying you. Well, that's exactly right. Well, I think everything changes, but you know, it's like Rich Sherman said. People are upset. Student athletes do.
goes in the negative more times than positive. You have to make a decision whether you put gas in your car
or do what?
15 to buck.
get a meal, or you gonna eat.
Well, I disagree with that because you can always go get
You
food.
can always go to the dorm. But I think he's just saying from a standpoint of, maybe if you're out with another date or who, I don't know. I mean, but he's got good.
And a 3, and a 2, and a 1.
I can see it in your eyes. You want a good time. You want to put your body on mine.
Take it on down into the islands there. A little reggae version of some Valentine's music there for you on Valentine's Day. And we're up here at JR Sports Bar and Grill. Again, special tonight. It's $21.95 for 2 steak and shrimp dinner with baked potato and salad. Plus drink specials tonight. You can't beat that. Toppy, that was a great conversation you had there, Luke, and we're glad to have him on the program. And he does have a great job. I mean, he is, that's a dream job for him. It may not be a dream job for everybody, but it's something
I would love it. But, I mean, he is stuck
in
the Kalamazoo, Michigan airport because of snow.
Yeah,
and so, I mean, again, kind of 50-50. But you know what? Kyle is a really young guy. And he's really good at what he does. He's passionate about it. And I doubt it's ever really worked for him. I mean, I don't mean it like he doesn't work hard. I mean it
like
that
work,
it for him, he probably doesn't look at it like work. When you're that passionate about it, because Kyle knows what he's talking about.
Sure.
And Kyle's been all over the country checking out players. He was involved with Alabama and their recruiting offices back in the day when he was on the capstone. So I think that he's doing exactly what he wants to do, and that's probably more what everybody's envious of than anything.
No doubt about it. We want to hear from you, 256-234-6221. Something interesting I thought, that I read and wanted to bring this up and talk about it on the show today. And this has been a topic that's been brought up for, a couple of years now. And a couple of NFL players who have done very well for themselves, one from Texas A&M, one from Stanford, on the Seahawks, kind of went on a rant about the NCAA this past week. Richard Sherman and Michael Bennett both came out and were pretty vocal. And Michael Bennett, and I'm going to quote him, said, "I think the NCAA is one of the biggest scams in America. These kids put much on the line. The NCAA, say, we're giving you a free degree. That's like me owning a restaurant and saying, I'll give you a free burger. It makes me so mad and irate. Universities need to do more for student athletes." Your thoughts on that initial quote there, and I've got some other parts I want to read from what Richard Sherman said and some more from Michael Bennett. I mean, that part I don't agree with, so to say, as much as some of the other stuff that I read later on.
Okay, here's the deal. I think everybody has finally come to grips with the fact that players don't get enough. Okay, now the question is, what do you give them? And the analogy – the comparison to owning a restaurant and only paying people in hamburgers is not a good one in my opinion, because a degree is worth much, much more than that. And it is.
That's what I have a problem with, because he's diminishing the fact that, and I think that's the mentality. And I'm not so naive to think that, a lot of these superstar guys that are high profile guys go to college and they want to get a degree. I'm not saying all of them don't want to, but I mean, Michael Bennett's pretty much saying, look, I didn't go to Texas A&M and get a degree. I came to go to the NFL.
That's exactly right.
And it makes me a little bit, it irritates me just like it irritates him that he's diminishing the quality of what a degree stands for.
Well, and not only that, look, college football it's a training ground now for the NFL, and it's an opportunity for you. I mean, you don't have to choose that path.
No, you don't.
I mean, that's another thing is, if you don't think you're going to get paid enough for it, then go do something else that you think you can make more money for. Now, for some folks, it is the only way out. I do think kids should be compensated more, but it's Richard Sherman said something in there you mentioned about I want to see other kids try to balance the school and the work. And look, and I have no doubt it's tough, but at the same time, look, and I'm not going to throw out any names, but Brett, you're a big Auburn guy, I'm a big Alabama guy. We've seen enough interviews from both schools to know that guy ain't going to class very often.
He wouldn't have ever gotten to that university if it hadn't been for football.
And not only that, while he's there, he's not taking advantage of everything. So and it sounds like to me, from the trouble that some kids have gotten in at both schools and every school, that everybody's finding enough time to party without worrying about it anyway. Look, it's not – like these kids are always just studying or always just playing football, and then they go to bed. That's not what this is. And he mentioned something in there about, well, sometimes I've had negative $40 in my account, and I had to or only $40 in my account, had to decide if I'm going to fill up my car with gas or get food. That's not correct, because you get all the food you can eat. I mean, that's any food you want at any time. You should never go hungry
as a student athlete.
No, as a student athlete, you go get food. Now, so, I mean, fill up your car then, or don't go anywhere. Sometimes you make sacrifices again. And Richard Sherman's doing okay now. He can fill up his car all he wants to. And one of the reasons he's doing okay now is because he went to Stanford and he got the notoriety.
And he did take advantage.
Got trained to play football.
He did take advantage of the educational opportunity. He graduated with honors from a prestigious university in communications. He's well spoken, very intelligent. You can hear a lot of people may not agree with him or like his antics, but you can just hear when he talks. He's a very intelligent guy. He did quote this. He said, "I think college athletes are given enough time. I don't think college athletes are given enough time to take advantage of the free education they're given. It's frustrating because a lot of people get upset with student athletes and say you're not focused on school, not taking advantage of the opportunity you're given. I would love for a regular student for just one semester to have a student athlete schedule during the season and show me how you balance that. Show me how you would schedule your classes when you can't schedule classes for 2 to 6 o'clock on any given day. Show me how you're going to get all your work done when you get out of practice and meetings at 7:30 or so, and have a test the next day and you're dead tired from practice and you still have to study and get the same work done." He said, "I just want to see one semester a regular student go through what we have to go through." He said, "Most regular students are done by 3 o'clock, have the rest of the day to do what you please. You may spend it studying, then you may go have coffee or whatever with your friends." So, look, I do know it's a sacrifice, but with that sacrifice, the student athlete also comes fame and notoriety and other opportunities with some of these guys that regular students won't have when they leave in 3 years.
And here's, again, the catch-22. Okay, so maybe what if the NCAA came back and said, "You know what, Richard, you're dead on. Okay, so we're going to decrease practice times. Everybody gets 1 hour of practice per day for the week, and no practice on Friday. Okay, so you get 4 hours of practice per week because we think you won't have enough time to study." You know what's going to happen? The play on the field is going to suffer because players aren't going to be as good. They're not going to be as trained. And you can't have extra meetings and all that because Richard Sherman said you don't have enough time to study. So you can't train. You can't work on the game. The on the field play is going to diminish. So when those guys cycle into the NFL, they're going to be worse. They're not going to be as trained. They're not going to be as talented. They're not going to be as much fun. Then it's going to start affecting everybody's bottom line because you know what? If the game isn't as entertaining, if it's not as much fun to go to, and if the players aren't as skilled as they are now and getting better every single year, fans are going to quit going. They're going to quit paying money. Advertisers are going to quit spending money. So then you don't have the sport later on. I mean, this would take a long time coming. But my point being that one of the reasons Richard Sherman is doing so well now is because you do have all that extra time in college to get better. Yeah. And now the NFL has the cream of the crop.
What about this deal? And I'm not saying I don't know about Michael Bennett's academics at Texas A&M. He said Michael Bennett went on to say that I think the NCAA should come up with a plan for college athletes to receive some money. My school, Texas A&M, I think makes $50 million just on jersey sales. So I would pay $60,000 to student athletes for every year you stay in college. Keep that in a 401k. After you graduate, hold that money until you are a certain age, and then you get that money. Okay, I want to go back to what we said with some of these guys. They wouldn't even be at some of these universities if it weren't for that sport. All right, so let's take into effect that. All right, okay, let's not worry about how you got there. Now you're there. How about you approach it and go, man, I've got a great opportunity. I've got an opportunity to be at this school, play college football or baseball or basketball, whatever it is, and I can get an education I probably wouldn't have had a shot at getting. Right. So let me put a little bit more effort in and be a little bit more appreciative instead of going, I didn't have any plans to go into class anyway. All I came here to do is get to the next level, and I'm going to work on that. So because a lot of this is tongue-in-cheek stuff, a lot of them aren't trying to concentrate on going to class and getting a degree. It's not important to them. So that's why you say, oh, that's like me owning a restaurant and giving you a free hamburger. I mean, are you kidding me now?
Well, here's the thing. I appreciate where Richard Sherman and Michael Bennett are trying to go with this thing because I do agree with them that players need more. But
I'm not saying that.
But I think that
I think they're exaggerating
to make a point, and I guess sometimes you have to do that to get your point across.
I agree with that. 256-234-6221. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this.
Clear. And a 3, 2, 1.
We get it almost every night. When that moon gets so big and bright, it's a supernatural delight. Everybody was dancing in the moon.
I'm gonna be honest, it feels a little awkward standing up here with you.
Yeah,
right
I'm not
now.
looking at you right now. So 256-234-6221 here at JR Sports Bar and Grill on Valentine's Day. So I just want to make sure everybody out there, most of you probably already aware of that. Somebody may have just woke up and went, oh my goodness, I got to do something. I'm going to be in trouble. No, if you hadn't gotten something for your significant other out there, you need to do that. It's a special day out there, and come on out to JR's. You can take care of that tonight by bringing your better half in here. $21.95 for steak and shrimp with baked potato and salad for two. Now that's for two. That's not just one plate, and a ton of drink specials tonight as well. About 15 minutes left on today's show. Luke, I'll head down. A lot going on today, actually. The High School Southern Open, the Bassmaster, Costa Del Mar, largest high school bass tournament in the history of the United States, going on at Lake Martin this afternoon. They're out there fishing right now. 225 boats. They will come in around 2:30 begins coming in. All 225 can't come in at one time. They're done in flight. So the first boats come in about 2:30, and they'll weigh in for a couple of hours down there at Wind Creek State Park. The trees, the new Toomer's Corner trees, are in place down there. A lot of people showed up this morning to watch that happen. If you have an opportunity to get down there, if you're a big Auburn fan, see the new trees, the 2 new 35-foot oak trees there in place at Toomer's Corner. We've had our fair share of bad news in SEC over the last several years, and it seems like it's always something, whatever it is, from drugs to to holdups to whatever it is that we hate to see any kind of trouble. But ex-Tennessee linebacker A.J. Johnson, along with his teammate at Tennessee, former defensive back Michael Williams, both were indicted this past week on 2 counts of rape. So A.J. Johnson's combine invitation was revoked by the NFL. So the trial will be set down the line. So a 19-year-old woman accused Johnson and Williams of rape in November, prompting their suspension from the football program. Williams was also indicted on 2 counts of aggravated rape. Williams has turned himself in and was released on bond $40,000. Johnson was also arrested about a year ago on a charge of purchasing alcohol and an underage person and resisting arrest. A very talented guy. At one point in time, probably the best player on Tennessee's team, and A.J. Johnson now another star athlete's future in jeopardy.
Well, a couple of things that I draw from this. First of all, it may be a lesson to kids. If you can come on out for the draft, because he hung around school another year and bad things happen. Now he may not have a future. I know you hate. I'm just saying. I'm playing. I'm trying to go another angle here.
I know you are.
But the other thing is,
to me, if you're inherently bad like that, though,
something was
you're
going to
go up there and you're going to do it somewhere
probably
else.
Just like I talked about people. I believe people for the most part try to be good, but sometimes they let a darker side take over. But A.J. Johnson, this is a guy that if you never want to do something like this, but if you were ever going to have something like this go on with you, you picked a really bad time, because the NFL, with their domestic violence situation and all the Ray Rice stuff, let me tell you, they're not going to put up with this for 10 seconds. They've withdrawn his invitation to the combine, right? So, they're not going to deal with it. They're not going to even wait to hear your side of the story. They're going to say, we can't deal it. Us as a business, we're not dealing with that. So you don't even get near us. You are toxic right now. So A.J. Johnson has probably thrown his career away.
I think he has.
And you hate that, because this is a guy that came back to Tennessee. He could have left early, probably would have been maybe in the second round. He could have left early, could have already had his career going full bore. Instead, he comes back. Tennessee fans love him. As an SEC fan, I'm pro guys coming back for the most part.
I am too.
Sometimes, obviously, I want a guy to get on out of here. But for the most part, I like it when guys come back to make the quality play on the field better. But
I agree.
In this situation, it's just awful. You hate it for him.
And despite playing 10 games due to his suspension, he still led Tennessee in tackles, 101, 9 for loss. So, he's a very talented player. Would have started for any SEC team. Probably was the best player on Tennessee's team. And, I think Butch Jones is moving in another direction with that program. Obviously, he's getting Tennessee back to the point where he's recruiting well enough to where he doesn't have to put up with that kind of crap. And if you mess up and don't do what you need to do, then you're going to be sent away. And I want to go back and say something. We haven't said anything about this, and we're going to go to break. But I want to preface this before we go to the last. This Little League All-Star team, the Little League World Series team that was stripped of their titles up there in Chicago. So much is being come out about that, and this is terrible for the kids and all that, and I agree with that. But what we have are grown-ups out there trying to make excuses for why what they did was right, and there are no excuses. You cheat, you get caught, you get things pulled, and what that did is it taught those kids that, hey, look, it's a great lesson for those kids to learn at that age, 10, 11, 12, because like Randy and I talked about yesterday on the show, at 12 years old, you know what right and wrong is. And you know if somebody's not doing it right. And you know if if you go over here to this town and get a ringer, and over here to this town and you're getting players that are not in your district, that you're not playing by the rules.
Yeah,
and now you got adults out there going, well, this you ought to just let them do it because it was about the kids. You're missing the point. You're teaching them how to cheat.
Well, I think
that it's okay to cheat.
I think about that the same way I think about whenever I go out to a little league field and I watch these dads go crazy or these moms go crazy on an official or on a player, on an opposing team player. And I'm like, hey, you know what, y'all, they might take a step back here. And I think they should take a step. I know it's a big deal to be involved with Little League World Series, but this is shameful. And this will haunt those kids forever.
I agree with that. Last segment coming up. Stay tuned. More of the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR's right after this.
Such a mess. It seems that one of the crew had to go with one of the guests. Oh, yes. Well, the police said we can't drink
For over 30 years, Tallapoosa Ford has been your family-owned auto dealer for hot trucks and SUVs. Now they're raising the bar even higher. The Ford F-150 has been the best-selling truck in America for the last 38 years. And the hot new 15s are hitting the scene, and Tallapoosa Ford and Ford trucks are #1 for a reason. America's best truck, combined with our award-winning service department for the region's best warranty work and great maintenance.
Two and a half minutes to close it out, okay? 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown presented by JR Sports Bar and Grill. Only a few minutes left in this last segment.
I got a quick topic. There is a very strong rumor out there that Alabama and Florida State are going to open the 2017 season in the Georgia Dome. And I couldn't be happier about it. I love it. I think it's fabulous. Got Wisconsin this year, USC in Jerry's World the next year, and then possibly Florida State. That's an incredible lineup. Who do you want to see Auburn to play?
Good question.
Clemson?
Sure. We got a 5-year contract with them. We opened up with Louisville this
Lifetime.
year. Yeah. Then we come back with Clemson. I would like to see Notre Dame. I'd like to see. We narrowly missed playing up Notre Dame in the Music City Bowl this year. Auburn and Notre Dame have never played one another. I think that would be a fun matchup for us. Be a fun matchup all the way around, and would like to maybe play them in a neutral site somewhere, maybe out in Texas or in Florida or in Atlanta or wherever it might be. But I think that'd be a lot of fun, Luke. I'd really like to see us play Notre Dame. I was kind of hoping for that this year. We didn't get it.
Hey, I'll tell you something. It may be good you didn't get it this year because Auburn didn't play up to – I mean, I think if any given day Auburn would beat them.
Yeah, we didn't look motivated.
And Notre Dame looked more motivated against LSU, I thought. I mean, it would have –
I agree with that.
It's bad losing to Wisconsin. It would have been really bad losing to Notre Dame.
I'd rather open up the season with them.
I agree.
Come in and let's get ready. There's a lot of excitement and have that opportunity to do that. We want to remind everybody out there, Valentine's Day today. You're looking for a place to bring your date to here at JR Sports Bar and Grill. I mean, you cannot beat this deal anywhere, and you're getting a great meal. Steak and shrimp dinner with baked potato and salad for $2 for $21.95. So you get to bring them in, and you have a lot of drink specials to choose from as well. I don't know why you'd go anywhere else. This is the place to be tonight on Valentine's night at JR Sports Bar and Grill.
Or you could go to the basketball equivalent of a chastity belt and go to the Alabama-Vanderbilt game tonight at Coleman Coliseum.
Boy, that just makes me so fired up to even think when you say Vanderbilt, which is a bottom dweller and maybe the most stagnant program in the conference, and Anthony Grant with Alabama. So anyway, we want to wish everybody a happy Valentine's Day out there. Come on out to JR's tonight and take advantage of this special. For Daniel Vest and Justin Clayton in the studio, my broadcast partner Luke Robinson, I'm Brett Pritchard saying we enjoyed it. We hope you did. See you next week for more Sports Blitz programming.
You're out.